Just saying hi. We are back in the old desk. I have the old desk reassembled back to where it needs to be. So, back in the sketchbook. Today we're going to be working out of this is just going to be another practice old school style stream where I'll be uh, putting my daily practice live rather than keeping it to myself. Before I was doing a lot of working on my commissions on stream and then keeping whatever sketching and practice I have to myself. Instead, I think I'm going to flip it around and instead we're going to do all the sketching here on stream. And then all my commission work will be off stream. That's a much better way of doing this. But chuck my headphones on. We're going to be working out of one of my favorite books. The next couple weeks, we'll be doing some refreshers. Excuse me. So for the next couple weeks, we'll be doing some refresher live streams. You guys know I've been very busy. I haven't had a lot of time to stay on top of my studies, which is horrible. So we're going to start very basic. Morpho has some of my favorite books in general. Very comprehensive. Nothing is sponsored, by the way. I'm just recommending because I, yeah, nothing. I only recommend things that I like, whether or not it's paid for or not. One day, hopefully, we'll get paid to promote books. I've had a moment of clarity. I guess an alcoholic would refer to it as a moment of clarity. I used to be a very scholarly kind of person, and I think over the course of my time as an artist over the past 10 years, it's really shifted into something else. Um, so I've been really like been really interested in kind of going back to how I used to be. Even before the old school, like Mad Monkey says in the chat, the classic streams. Even before that, um, I held like academics really important to me, and I guess as I get older, I'm just looking back on some stuff. As you get older, bits of yourself kind of start going away, and one of the things I really want to stay on top of is making sure I keep my brain sharp as I get older, because I definitely feel stupider. It's one thing to be goofy, but I think I'm straight dumber. I think this is the dumbest that I've ever been. So, um, really need to get back on top of that. All right, so welcome everybody. This is the Morpho stream. One of my favorite book series. Very inexpensive um, books, but very comprehensive. I love these books. You guys, I've recommended the Morpho books here many times. If he wants to send me some, I'm okay with that. And we're not going to be using a face cam because I just want to try something out. The fundamentals and keep sharp. But it's not just fundamentals of art that I'm talking about staying sharp on. I mean that, of course, but I think I mean just in general. I haven't been reading a lot like I used to. Um, and I hate pointing my finger at, things that are going on in life, like the wife's sickness and all that. I hate doing that because everybody has something going on. So I am not a fan of pointing a finger at something, but I'm not gonna lie. So it's just me. But anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to kind of getting back, oop, getting back into the habit of reading more and all that. But it is a habit, like, um, it is a habit. If you're not doing it all the time, then you're just not going to do it. The whole object in motion, object at rest. I had that moment. recently, where I was just thinking to myself, like, what's become of you? Like, the fuck is left of you? You know what it is? You know what it is? I I can't remember what triggered this train of thought, but I realized that I hadn't learned anything new in a while, and I think I've mentioned that on stream not too long ago. I'm just like, wow, I haven't learned anything new, and I'm not just talking about art. I'm talking about like in general. I know the last time I learned something new. And that's kind of a scary thought, right? I want to say hi to the TikTok chat. You know what sucks? I don't think the TikTok chat could hear me. There's something about like the audio in on the TikTok broadcaster that's just no good. So basically, I'm just streaming video to them. So there's 32. There's, if I remember right, 32 teeth in the general adult, the normal adult. I'll say. Thank you for all the likes on the TikTok. I appreciate it. Crazy. How's it going? Hope I'm doing. Yeah, I'm doing well. Very very tired. I had a very very exhausting weekend. I did take Saturday. I did take Saturday morning to some of my friends who I haven't seen in a while came into town, and they had a there was a Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy event going on this weekend, and yeah, I just went to go hang out with them and pull some cards. Let me rephrase that. They bought a bunch of packs, and they gave me some of their packs to open up because gonna I wasn't gonna spend money to go buy cards. Yeah. But I just wanted to hang out with my friends. So that was kind of my few hours off this weekend on Saturday. I did get to play with the that Magic deck. So about 2 months ago, around my birthday time, one of my friends um, built me a Magic the Gathering deck, and I haven't played Magic in so long. I didn't even remember how to play because I used to be a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, and anybody who's like hardcore into a one TCG, whether it's Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh, you kind of just inherit like you just dip your toes into Magic, like you just have to. That's just how it works, and anyway, he built me a deck and sent it to me for my birthday, which was amazing. Shout outs to Vincent, my brother, and I had been playtesting it here. I've been playtesting it here in the office. Um, but I got to like use it. I got to use it. You know, I got to give it for a test drive. Like you could own a car and leave it in your garage. What's the point of that, right? If you're not driving it. Yeah, so I got to use that deck and it was really fun. It focuses around poisoning and yeah. Excuse me. So, for those who are new to the stream, welcome. This is kind of what I refer to as the default format of the streams, which is just practicing in the sketchbook, practicing art. Um, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of nice to just kind of be back here. I have this big art desk that I had actually taken out of the office because I was looking to get some space. Um, but I missed it, so I moved it back in, and it's been amazing to have it back into the office. You started playing Marvel Snap. It's pretty fun. Oh, Marvel Snap. If I remember, if that's the if that's the game I'm thinking about, Marvel Snap. It's like it feels like every artist on the planet has worked for that. Like, oh, so over in the TikTok chat. My bad, I guys couldn't see you guys. But yeah, Jay, thank you for the 600 or 800 likes. I don't know how that works, but appreciate it. Um, I don't usually stream on TikTok, so this is still a learning curve for me there and how to use their broadcaster. So I appreciate that. Yeah, but yeah, welcome everyone. Beginning of the day for me. We're just gonna spend a couple of pages, probably about an hour, just warming up a little bit, just getting some sketches down, and then we're gonna start working out of the Morpho book, one of my favorite books. Today it's gonna be just a little bit of a refresher course on what is it like important points on the skeleton, like anchor points. You know what the problem is? I lack the patience now. I say that we're going to warm up for like an hour, which would be very good. But I will lose my patience and then we're just gonna get started. Like I already just want to get started, but that's like people who go to the gym and then they won't like heat up their rotator cuff or they won't walk on the treadmill for a second. They're like, all right, let's just go put 3 plates and you know. Actually, should be more or less like that. Yeah, with Marvel Snap, there's so much artwork for that game. I remember there was a period of time where back when I was still on social media a lot. Um, it was like every artist I follow was posting up. All right, I could show you now. Everybody had done artwork for Snap. So the thing about um, the 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 part where the jaw and the top of the skull meet, where the teeth are. I've developed this habit because like the top teeth, they do they do like bow out a little bit, right? And then the bottom teeth about that way. It's not like straight up and down like this, right? The teeth. So I always imagine it like a bottle cap. It's like two bottle caps kind of like touching each other. Does that make sense? That's how I've always pictured it. Now I've gotten to this point where now anytime I draw a skull, I exaggerate it so far. I exaggerate I because anytime I draw a skull, and you'll if you ever look at the old, I don't know where they are, the old drawings. I don't know. They're buried in this 600-page sketchbook somewhere. I developed this bad habit where I'll be drawing the skull, and then I'll just when it comes to the teeth, I'll just go like this, like a fucking railroad, or not railroad, front of a locomotive rather. Cool. Thank you, I appreciate that. They were fishing for artists, never fished to me. Where's my phone call? Oh, Christopher. Would you like to draw? Would you like to draw a Winter Soldier for us? We'll pay you $200. You know the best part about turning off the face cam is now I could just like I don't have like I anytime I work I like to try to upkeep a little bit because I don't want to walk into my office looking like a slob because then you'll behave like a slob if you know. But now like I could like pick my nose if I felt like it. I said if I felt like it. You guys don't get that for free. That's some OnlyFans stuff. We're gonna get two separate colors. We have a red or a what's this like a scarlet color. Um okay, so I will do a so I think one of the exercises that we can do is the good old skull with one color and then draw the uh you know the face on top of it in a separate color. Um so here so here's a good exercise for anyone who's interested. Actually, let's get three separate colors. That'll make this even easier. Something that's not red, which is what I have an abundance of. You can draw in the birthday suit. Yes, I could draw in the birthday suit. You know, for all you know, with my with a part on the birthday suit. Yeah. Um. Okay. So good exercise in general, and you could apply this to any object. You already know what I'm gonna do. You guys have seen me do this. Yeah, and you know the topic of today isn't overly complicated. Let's see. So I am scheduled to be at Anime El Paso Artist Alley this upcoming weekend, and I don't think I'm gonna go. One, I don't really have faith in the conventions these days, but also I'm not trying to get kidnapped in an unmarked van for being brown. So I'm just gonna stay in my little office this weekend. So anyway, for anyone who I know, last week we were talking about upcoming shows, and I had given some people a heads up about being in El Paso this weekend. Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening. Uh, so I've been doing a lot of digital art over the past few months. Client work and the Pokemon project, and um, you guys know that I have been working at a standing desk for the better part of 2 years now. Now, I've had this standing desk that where I do my digital art. I've had my standing desk for like 5 years, 5 years now, and for the past like two of those five, I was like full time standing. I was even doing my traditional art standing up, everything nonstop. And as I'm getting older, I noticed my knees were starting to get tired. So that's why I rearranged the office and brought the big table back. And we're actually sitting down right now. And this is incredible. uh, yeah, incredible to be able to sit down and work is fantastic. And I hope nobody ever takes that for granted. But it was nonstop standing while I was drawing. If you go back and watch well, the I guess the most recent example would be the Pokemon Shiny drawing that we did. That was like over 100 hours of that particular project, and that was live streamed, and all of it was standing up. That is the ugliest skull ever. God, that that is horrible. You know what the problem is? I don't know. It just looks bad. I don't know what the problem was. Yeah. Let's see. That's no good. Let's go ahead and try it. Let's do that one again. Damn, what the hell? Okay, see, this is why you gotta do refresh. Yeah, you gotta do refreshers. This is why you gotta stay sharp. There was this there was this mode that I used to be in when I was in my 20s. Oh no, early 30s, I guess I could say it was early 30s, where I was just sharp all the time. And this goes back to the thing I was talking about earlier in the stream, where I was saying that um that level of like academia that I used to really like revere people who are very well trained, specifically in art, but in all things in life. But we're talking specifically art. You know, like the Kim Jong Gis, all the Super Annie people. I've always held people. It doesn't matter how popular they are. I've always revered people who are well trained over people who are popular. That's just how it should be, and that's not how it is, but that's how it should be. Malcolm, what's going on? Um, so there was this era where I was just so sharp all the time, which we're gonna get back to. I'm working towards it, but I remember there's this time I was asked to do a live drawing somewhere, and I wasn't scheduled for that. I've done a lot of live drawings in public in the past, and no, they were all like jobs I got hired for, or it was plotted out, or I'd, you know, practice for it and all that. But there was this one event where I wasn't practiced. I wasn't expecting to do it, and they just needed somebody, and they said, "Hey, Can you go do this drawing, this live drawing?" I said, "Yes, yeah." They said, "How much time do you need to get ready?" I responded, "I stay ready." And we just did it. I if I were to if I were to like look at my skill set currently, I don't think I'd have the confidence to say that. Which is what what I was talking about earlier, where I was doing like a bit of a reevaluation on my art skills the past couple days. Well, for a long period of time, but specifically hammered home the past couple days. That's a good point. That's the kind of level that I want to be at again. Malcolm in the Twitch chat. What's going on? Welcome TikTok chat. I appreciate y'all for being here. Wow, is this pen just dead? Hmm. Fascinating. I just refilled these pens. Malcolm, I hope everything's going well. All right, give me a second. Hold on. There's a pen that I'm looking for because I'm using brush pens right now, but there's a particular pen that I want to use and I need to find where I put it. There's a good chance that I burned through all of them. I used them up and had to throw them away. Yeah, I think I finished all those pens, which sucks. I was looking for Tombow pens, Tombow. Um, those are hands down my favorite pens. I use the Pentel brush pens a lot. Like that's what you see me use majority of the time. But the those Tombow pens, That's what we used to use on stream. Oh God. Maybe I'll make a big old Amazon list and get a bunch of new supplies. All right, give me a second. Oh, handsome Squidward over here. I'm breathing right into the camera. Hey, TikTok chat, what's going on? I want to say hi to all the Twitch viewers. I appreciate y'all hanging out. This is just a nice, relaxing, old school practice refresher course kind of stream. Um, this year's been very busy with a lot of, I would say, client work, right? And other projects. I used a lot of this year. I actually took a lot of video editing jobs, because let's face it, uh, illustration art is a luxury, and a lot of people can't afford luxury right now. So, um, I did spend a lot of this year doing some side gig video editing work, conventions, um, and any art drawing jobs I did get. Most of them were client work, right? This is why one of the reasons I love streaming and I love my patrons is because it gives me the opportunity to do other kinds of things rather than the the normal client work. Anyway, that said, my study time has been very poor lately. Horrible, very poor. Um, Now I am short on time these days when it comes to finding time to practice my art outside of paid work, but I do still have time. I that sounds like when somebody they clock out of work and then they're just like, oh, I don't have time to go to the gym. I'm like, well, you may not have like the time or the energy to do like an like a professional athlete training session, but you can get into the gym. And that's kind of how I've kind of been lately. I kind of looked at myself again with the whole thing I was talking about this weekend and kind of call myself on some bullshit about myself. Now, am I fucking tired all the time? Yep, because the family stuff. But Malcolm, you know what's up when it comes to that. You work like ever since I've known you, you've just been all you do is work. But you're still able to do your juice fast. You're going to the gym. You still play. You find time to play video games all the time, right? So that's what I'm saying. You do all that like in between. And all you fucking do is work. Anytime I talk to you, is all you do is work. So that's what I'm talking about. Where I gotta catch myself on that bullshit. So, and I'm not saying this in a bad way, because it's good. Sometimes you just everyone gets kind of stuck in a rut and up their own ass. So I don't know why I'm sitting so far. I'm sitting over here. I need to sit in the middle. You know why? I'm scared to like what I'm scared to move away from my computer because that's where my monitor is with the chats. Like I have my phone in front of me here, but I have a monitor with like the OBS and I'm like so paranoid about watching it. Um and I have a new monitor arm coming in that's going to let me set up a monitor right in front of me here in the drawing desk and I'm looking forward to that. That's going to make things so much easier, but it's not coming until either tomorrow or wait, what's today? Monday? Oh, it's not getting here till Tuesday. Wait, that's tomorrow. Yeah. I don't know what I'm talking about. You started a juice fast, nothing wrong with getting stuck in a rut. It's about noticing you're stuck. Yes, that's exactly what it is, right? Because everyone gets stuck in their own ways. And if nobody got stuck in their ways, then everyone would just be like amazing. And that's just not how life is. Anyway, yeah. I caught myself. That said, I have been back in the gym um pretty consistently now. Today, like before I was only going to take my wife for physical therapy, because I'm in charge of her training. So I would take her to the gym and we would do her routine and everything she needs to do. And then I used to say to myself, all right, that's fine. That's the sesh. We did it. We can go home now. I'm done. You guys know I'm a gym rat. But even then, I caught myself. And when I bring this stuff up here on stream, it's not in a negative way. In fact, it's actually a very good way. Like I'm bringing it up because I'm excited. I'm just like, oh shit, this is gonna be heat, right? Um, so this isn't me complaining about things or talking down. I'm bringing this up on stream because I'm excited. Because now I'm just like, you know what it was that got me to. I've been thinking about this stuff about myself as an artist for some time now, and the thing that really set it off on Saturday, I went to a Magic the Gathering, a Magic the Gathering event, right? So I went there, and it was a local event, and some of my friends who have never who haven't I haven't seen in a while, like they haven't all been in town, but this Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering event brought everyone into town, and it was just like sitting around the campfire with all my old Yu-Gi-Oh buddies, and then one of them is like a manager at a company, and the last time I saw him, he was like a dishwasher, And then my other guy, he has like a bunch of kids now, and we were all just sitting around playing cards, and they had all like grown in so many ways, but still able to sit down and just continue playing cards. And I had this feeling where I'm just like, now I'm just sitting playing cards like we were like a decade ago, but I don't. And I know it's like in my head, but it's just kind of like, you know what I'm talking about? Like boy missed a step somewhere. So you just started your juice fast, you said. Yesterday. Okay. Are you doing it out of like the yearly practice of doing it, or did you gain a bunch of weight and you're just like, ah shit, here we go again? you know? Yeah, so back to what I was saying about like, yeah, I had that realization. I had that moment of clarity, and love that song. So, I and that was on Saturday, but I had already been back in the gym consistently every day since then. And for those who don't know, I'm a gym rat. Like that's how I manage the chemicals in my brain. Like, I mean, there are other ways I used to manage it, but the good way now. Uh, and yeah, I've like it's been great to just go back in and lift weights, dude. Can you believe this? That the because I go to Planet Fitness, right? Now there's like a hardcore gym that my brother he doesn't run it, but it's basically his. You know what I mean? Like he when he walks in there, he owns that gym. For those who don't know, but ooh, I think my brother's competing this week for world championship. Anyway, my brother's a professional power lifter, so there's like one of those high end $100 a month level gyms like right down the road from me. But I go to Planet Fitness because this bitch is only $10 a month. But can you believe they're installing a platform there, like a deadlift platform, and then they uninstalled the lunk alarm. For those who know what the lunk alarm is at Planet Fitness, you can Google that if you want. It's essentially it's just a big siren that goes off whenever somebody's like being excessively loud. And to be fair, fuck it. I actually don't have a problem with the lunk alarm at Planet Fitness because the only people who set off that lunk alarm are people who would be annoying at a normal gym anyway. I'm gonna reiterate that. The only time I've ever heard the lunk alarm at a Planet Fitness go off is if you were doing some shit that like if you did that thing at a normal gym, people will get mad at you for anyway. So it's like leave the alarm, I don't care. Uh, Great. In about half an hour, you need to shower and get ready to do your errands for today. You're supposed to start the gym today, but fuck man, you need to go. You're your own worst enemy. And crazy, you know what the worst part is? The first couple days you go back are just gonna suck because you're gonna be for lack of better words, you're going to be rusty going in. Yes, not Sam. Welcome to the chat. I appreciate you being here. Someone in the TikTok chat asked me to draw a zombie head. I'm not really taking requests at the current moment. We're just kind of warming up, just kind of sketching around. We're just gonna free sketch, warm up for like the first hour. What are we? Are we at an hour yet? Oh, we're almost at an hour. So for a few more minutes, we're just gonna do this, and then I have a book that I'm gonna be working out of, study out of, just a refresher. Yeah, that's what this whole stream is. Not doing any requests or anything like that. Just kind of catching up, chilling, and talk about art or self improvement, um, or home improvement. If you like that show, we could talk about that. So yeah, crazy. Dude, going back into the gym is gonna be the worst because you're gonna like the first day or so, you're just gonna feel rusty. Everything's gonna be difficult, and it's that thing where the idea of having to catch up to where you were the last time you were there is can be so demoralizing. But it's like that with everything. Like if you stop practicing art for an extended period of time, and then you're just like, I have to go and relearn all this bullshit just to get back to where I was. It's demoral. It's like when you're playing a video game and you make a certain amount of progress, and then let's say power cuts off, right? You turn the game back on, and you got to start like you got to start like a world back, and you're just like, I don't even want to do this anymore. Well, I don't even want to have to catch up on that. I don't even want to do this anymore, right? Yeah. So, um, oh, okay. You're talking about about the Switch 2? Was it FOMO? But were you planning to get it anyway? I thought that was on your shopping list, no matter what. I don't know if I'm in this camp by myself, but I don't see a problem with the price tag on the system itself. I don't know about $80 games, but it's that thing where okay, this is just gonna be me personally as a casual gamer, which I think Nintendo is obviously aiming towards more casuals. I don't think the price of the Switch 2 is bad. The system price. Um, and I don't buy a lot of games. Like even when the games were $60, I still didn't buy a lot of them. There were games that I deemed worth my money, and I went to go buy them. Um, mainly Pokemon games. Uh, and if they expect the life of the Switch 2 to be similar to the life of the Switch 1, which was 8.5 years or some 10 years, some crazy shit like that. Uh, you know, like I'm part of the PC master race, and I was gonna say you could buy a $2,000 graphics card right now, right? 5090, and in 10 years time, all right, you buy a 5090 for, well, for like it's not gonna be $2,000. That's gonna be $3,000, right? That's a graphics card, right? Top of the line, absolutely bonkers, demolishing AI level shit. In 10 years time, that 5090 is not going to hold up as well as that Switch 2 for its intended purpose. Would you argue with that? Because like the demands for AI are gonna be exponentially higher as time goes on. other video game. Does that make sense? Like games that are designed to run on the Switch 2, the Switch 2 will support them throughout its lifespan, which is 8 plus, possibly 10 years. Like a 5090 might be an exaggeration, but let's say a 4090 or a 4080, which are more than double, triple the price of a Switch. That's excluding buying the rest of the computer. Will be outdated faster than a Switch 2 for its intended purpose. Would you not argue that? Because there are graphics cards that are a 3090 top of the line, 4 years ago. It's just like it's not trash. It's still great, but it's showing its wear now. Add another 4 years on that, things trash. Like I after I flipped all my current graphics cards, and I'm talking about graphics cards now because I'm also talking about like this will work. I'm talking about the Xbox and the PlayStation as well. I feel like uh you get what I'm saying though, right? Where there's so much argument about the price of the Nintendo, but I'm just like, dude, what more do you want? What more do you want? Um, as soon as you said home improvement, I heard a grunt in your mind. Yeah. 5x5. Yeah, I enjoy the 5x5. I still recommend that. We're talking about the gym now. Yeah, I will always recommend 5x5 as like a good starting point or like a good jumping on point if you haven't been in a while. Um, you have no issue with the price tag. You're just happy that Nintendo finally stepped up the game. It actually feels like a new console. Runs beautifully, 60 FPS, which is all you need. Um, People who are picky about it, aren't there certain games that could run at 120 in handheld mode, right? Aren't there certain games that are running at 1080 120 in handheld mode? That's even crazier. And do the tariffs? I have a feeling console probably going to go up. But yeah, that's another thing where that's another thing about like all even art supplies are going up, right? So anyway, people who aren't a fan of the Switch 2, I feel like are just what's the word? Terminally online. All they're doing, it's the confirmation bias. You're gonna keep on searching for reviews until you find one that matches what you want to feel at that time. So everybody's so negative these days, which is really bad. But you know, the people who had no intention of buying it are just gonna sift through all the reviews until they find somebody who says something that backs up how they're feeling. And anyway, so I hope you enjoy your new Switch. I don't think that was a FOMO decision. I always thought you had that on your shopping menu no matter what. Video game dude, video games and again I'm PC building. If you're bodybuilding and buying supplements, these are these are cheaper hobbies. Like Magic the Gathering deck, right? This is just one deck. Especially if you go into a more expensive card game like Yu-Gi-Oh, just one deck and you want multiple decks to play. That's like an entire computer. So if you're like a PC gamer or if you're this is worth more than that Switch right here. This is worth more than that Switch 2 and Mario Kart. I don't know who here has ever had a hobby that revolved around building something like cars. Just buying like a muffler system on a car is like it's been a while since I've worked on cars. Used to be my profession. A good catback system. Well, I guess a good catback system plus the pre-cat section of like new headers that go into the engine. $1,000 easy. That's just one thing. Easy. or one good set of header. Like if you have a V8 and you want new headers on your car, that's like $1,000. So it's like I know just because something's more expensive doesn't mean that other things aren't. It's just I don't know. Like you said, people don't know how to have their own opinions. I mean, that's just being online too much. I think my point is uh we're in a place where you could learn hobbies super awesome online. Like you don't you could just you could research a potential hobby for free before investing any money into it. You know what I mean? And it's so awesome, and everyone's just so obsessed with what things aren't that they're missing out on the fun that they could be. Like how many people were watching some like if they're a grumpy person and they're negative, then they're going to be subscribed to grumpy negative YouTubers, and those grumpy negative YouTubers just fucking hate everything, and they're not going to buy a Switch, even though it'd be super fun. That's what I'm talking about. That's just that sucks because it's like people are just missing out on a good time because they're going out of their way to have a bad time. I really hope that the Pokemon Z that's coming out, the new Legends game that's coming out, I really hope that that game is good. The problem is I will not be buying a Switch 2. So I hope it's good for the people who are playing. That way I can watch a Let's Play of it. And I hopefully I want to because I have no intention of buying a Switch 2. It's just not in the budget right now. So one of the things that I want is that new Legends game, Pokemon game, to be exceptional, and then I want to be able to watch somebody play it and not complain about it. Because any, you know what I mean? I'm tired of watching videos about Pokemon and people are not complaining because the critiques they have about modern Pokemon games are very fair. A lot of them are very fair, right? Like the Sunflora. Do you guys remember that? Uh, or the windmills, right? Anyway, that's my little spiel about the current state of video games. I have lost my focus of this what we're drawing. But no, anyway, ultimately I'm happy that you got one. And isn't it awesome that you didn't have to fight a scalper to get one? That's another thing I'm giving Nintendo. Before they released the Switch, Nintendo said that they were going to go hard. They're like, nah, we're going to make so many of these that you don't have to worry about scalpers. You'll be able to get it at its price. Don't even trip. And now look, you can just walk into a store and buy one now. To me that's amazing. Like only Nintendo, you got to give Nintendo credit for that. Well, when I know that Series X and I know that the most recent gen PlayStation and Xbox came out during a less than favorable time because it was around COVID time, But who the fuck else other than Nintendo has been able to produce so many units that scalpers are irrelevant? Honestly, I know Xbox couldn't do it. Microsoft they couldn't do it. PlayStation can't do it. Nvidia can't do it. AMD can't do it. Even the ROG Ally, the little thing, went out of stock. So it's like GameStop online didn't even leave leave your house. Next day, that's what I'm talking about. Now here's the thing: if you had the audacity to go outside your house, you had the ability to get it same day. You know what I mean? Like isn't that awesome? I think that's I give you got to give Nintendo credit for that. Cuz on top of everything else, at least it's fucking available. Hey, I want to remind everybody who's in the Twitch, if you're in the Twitch chat, I want to remind everyone that it's free to sub using your Amazon Prime account. And if you're in the TikTok chat, I'm not really reading the TikTok chat. I'm not super familiar with how TikTok works in regards to all these. Boy, there's a lot of stuff going on the screen over there. I'm not sure how all that works, but if any of those result in money, then I'm just going to tell you guys right now that you should do it, whatever that is. And don't tell me that you don't. You know what it is? You know what it is about? I feel like people on TikTok, because we're multi-platform streaming right now. I feel like people on TikTok love being like they have like I don't want to use the word masochistic, but when it comes to watching people stream on TikTok, they love to be talked down to. Because if you look at the people who they give money to, it'd be like if I showed you zero respect and you were just like, shit, he doesn't give a shit about me. Here's some money. You know, like, so I have this weird, it's not a theory, it's just an observation that it's like people on TikTok love being talked down to, or they like being treated like idiots. I don't know why. I mean, because I mean, most people are not idiots, but it's like people thrive on being treated that way. Like, look at the way a lot of TikTok videos are structured, talking down. It's crazy. Anyway, I just so Malcolm, regarding the Switch, I haven't been keeping up with upcoming games. What else is on the roadmap for release for the two? Not counting like remasters or upgrades of old games. I'm talking about brand new games. Ooh. Is it like a Donkey Kong Country style game? Like a platformer? My chat is not auto updating. That is lame. Rated, what's up? For sure, they're going to have a direct next month. It's going to announce a lot of games for the Christmas season. Wow, the Twitch app sucks. It's my first time, I think, really using it for keeping track of the chat, and it's really bad. The hell? Hmm. Damn it. Okay. So we've been on for about an hour and a half. So that was just kind of like a our introduction, talking about nonsense and all that. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a couple-minute break. Gonna take a couple-minute break. I think the wife is awake. I gotta go check up on her and all that good stuff. So we're gonna come back and then we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next section because it looks like we're working on heads right now in the book. Um, we're only a couple pages deep. Eventually, we're gonna have the whole body. So we're starting with heads. We're gonna make our way. We went skull. We're going to faces. It looks like we're making our way to the ears, and then like the front and back of the head, not skeleton, like head. And then we're just gonna move our way down, and eventually by the end of the stream, whenever that is, we are going to be doing full body. So anyway, good warm up. We'll be right back. That's crazy. That's crazy. Malcolm, really. Thank you for the heads up on that. I could have sworn I hit the button. That is super annoying on my part, but thanks for the heads up on that. You could tell by my hand motions that I was obviously saying something. All right. So, chat, I have recently broken my sobriety and I'm back on that caffeine coffee. This shit is crazy. It's like smoking like 3 cigarettes, like all at one time, which in itself sounds appealing as well, but this tastes better. Hope everyone's having a good start to their week. So I have recently changed my office setup. Like you guys know that. Oh, it's casting a shadow. I didn't realize that. My bad if I'm thudding the mic. Just trying to get it to where it needs to be. Anyway, so you guys know I've been working at a standing desk for many years now, and I have recently just swapped back over to a standard, just like sitting art desk, and I am currently in the process of figuring out how to sit down. Do you ever see that Family Guy skit where Peter's like, "You think that's bad? Remember that time I forgot how to sit down?" And he just like just just falls over. That's me right now. I've been like adjusting my ass in this chair. How long we've been streaming now? 2.5 hours for like 2.5 hours into 1 minute. think we're ready to move on from drawing the head. We're gonna move our way from the head down to the neck. And eventually by the end of this we're gonna be doing a whole body refresher. That's basically what this whole day is gonna be. Been out of practice, so that's what it is. We're just gradually moving our way down the human body. Uh just gotta get our mojo back. Oh, and Hannah, thank you for the follow. Who here's still at work? That's a good question. Because our normal stream, uh, because traditionally that our streams are in the morning time, U.S. time, um, across the board. I know there's like different time zones, but we're still in that morning section for everyone in the U.S. Um, so a majority of the viewers tend to be people who are just kind of I don't want to say slacking off at work, but goddamn well you're not supposed to be watching a live stream when you're at work, which is all the more reason why you should be doing it. But yeah, streaming a little later today. Just curious to see who's still at work. Uh, Dragor, what's up? Maybe. Thank you. Yo, check this out. Check this out. What you know about a cupcake? That shit is so good. You were looking for a live stream related to drawing. Well, you found one. Um, so what do you like to draw? What do you like to work on? But by the way, everything that we do here on this stream is just practicing. That's what this whole channel, this whole stream, it's just us in the sketchbook practicing different topics. Like today is it's just refreshing on human body because I've been drawing a lot of like client work. Did you say wow because of the sketchbook or wow because I showed you the cupcake? Uh both of them are worthy. So uh yeah, today's a bit of a refresher course because I've been doing a lot of client work, which means I've been doing a lot of drawing, but I have not been doing a lot of studying. I've been a very bad student. So um yeah, today's the human body refresher. However long it's going to take us to just kind of, you know, get that back down. But it's like riding a bike. You get rusty, but you'll never really forget this stuff. I mean, unless you take like years off, right? Um, and then the upcoming streams are going to be fun because we're basically just going to burn through all my old books because we're working out of the Morpho book right here, one of my favorite books. Um, please send me Morpho. Please send me free books. Uh, anyway, oh the art. Thank you. Hold on, I'm getting chocolate everywhere. There you go. So, what do you like to draw? Oh shit! Hold on, I got chocolate everywhere. I'm gonna have to eat over this trash can. Oh, well, the older pages. This is a really old sketchbook that I never got around to finishing. I know it's very unlike me to not finish a. I don't remember what's in here, so if there's some inappropriate shit, by inappropriate I mean Twitch no nos. Wow, there's a lot of empty pages in here. Whoa, look at all these empty pages. We're gonna have to go back. I'll say a majority of it's kind of nonsense. Wow, There's a lot of empty pages in here. Yeah, this sketchbook is old. Now we will eventually have to go back and fill in these empty pages. Anyway, if this kind of shenanigans and experimentation stuff is interesting to you, that's what you could find here. Oh, that's good. Cube rotation. Hey, that's everything. Simple shapes, everything is that. I always tell people, like when we're on the stream, we get a lot of artists that come by. It always comes down to that. It's just like how well can you visualize rotating simple shapes in free space? And that determines like I find people who are good at rotating shapes are the ones who excel when it comes to perspective. The teacher says that too. Well, yeah. Again, so these are like way in older sketchbooks, but like so I can't really show them now, but like any new subject I learn. Basically any new subject I learn, if you can't rotate it into any angle, then I don't you in my opinion you haven't really learned it. Like being able to copy something from a reference is necessary to learn, but until you get to the point where you don't need it, then to me you haven't really learned that thing. And being able to rotate something in any angle to me is just like the sign that you get what you're drawing. Guinea pig, what's up? Lots of first timers here. I appreciate you dropping by. Just to reset the room. Welcome everyone. This is just kind of a bit of a refresher live stream for me. I haven't I've been very bad. Haven't been studying a lot. You know, haven't been studying a lot, so I'm just kind of catching up on everything. Relearning, well, not relearning. I guess just taking the rust off of human form. And then as the days go on this week, we'll be I think tomorrow what are we gonna do tomorrow? I have so many different books here, and we're just gonna go through each of them one by one. I'm kind of bored of drawing humans, even though it is since a majority of my commission work, my client work, revolves around drawing humans. It's something to always stay sharp on. But I think we're gonna do vehicles tomorrow. I prefer that. So tomorrow will probably be a double between vehicles and just like basic perspective. You're doing all right. It's good to hear. Where's everyone from? You don't gotta. You don't have to go city, just country, or if you're in the U.S., state, I guess. Are you? So the question is, am I drawing this without reference? I have a book in front of me, and I'll use reference for like one or two things regarding the topic. But like stuff like this, that's without reference. Without reference, that was with reference. So you take the reference and then you build off of that. So some of them have refs, majority of them don't. The argument could be made because you're always pulling images out of your head. Are you not always using reference? So that bullshit. um, for that, do you have any specific steps? Like maybe saying, okay, I'm choosing this position and this angle and this angle. Okay, so the way I go about doing something. So like every next piece that I draw is based on the angle of the thing that I just drew. So let's say from France, hey, welcome. All right, so like let's say this one right here. We're gonna focus on this. So let's say this one right here. This is just a straight on shot right here, right? So it's like it's very flat. But then let's say I started my next thing that I draw is I made a mark like right here. And I'm just like, okay, well, now what can I do with this right here? So you kind of pull from your visual library, and based on that, I'm like, okay, well, I could think of a pose, right? So you've kind of locked yourself in at this point, where you kind of have to go with it. But what if I wanted it to have like this bottom half right here? So then I would have to problem solve in my head. How can I get it like this again? So you have to kind of visualize that perspective, right? So I'd be like, okay, well, that means that he's like slumped over. So his gesture is like slumped over. I know that's like super exaggerated, right? But like more or less that's how my brain goes, where it's kind of like um what you draw next is heavily dependent on what you had just drawn. So that's why it's always good to be careful, you know. But you know what? Like when you're just in the sketchbook and you're just trying weird things, you should just be kind of free flowing and just goofing off, right? Um, and that's one of the exercises we were doing that earlier. One of the exercises that helps with that, and like we were talking about that earlier about you said you were doing the boxes exercise. And this is something that we practice here on stream a lot, particularly when we're learning a new subject. So, for example, we did like this 24-hour bug study live stream where I was just like, I let the chat give me a bunch of different types of bugs or insects or whatever. I know that's racist. I know they're different, but whoops. And once we got like a general understanding of the how the bug was structured, I would go in and draw random angled boxes. So instead of trying to draw, so I would put the random angled boxes, then I'd fill in the box with whatever the subject matter is in that perspective that the box is dictating. Does that make sense? Yeah. No, it's good that you do that. Uh that's like the most basic, the most solid. Like that's the way we always uh I think that's the way everyone should be studying, at least because it's so simple, right? And it applies to everything. I think my brush is running out of. I think my brush is running out of juice. Excuse me. Big old burp. Yeah. Anyway, um, this stuff is so elementary, right? It's so like th- this is like the foundation of everything, and it's so elementary. But a lot of people will gloss over this, and I say a lot of people because I've been in the field for a long time, and I work a lot of anime and comic book. If for anyone who's new here, I tend to work a lot of anime and comic book conventions when I'm selling my artwork, and I'm surrounded a lot. A lot of the time, I'm surrounded by artists who are not really working on the craft. They're making products, um, which is cool. But like they skip over this stuff. So when I say like this is elementary, I mean it is. This is like the bottom, not bottom barrel. That's not the right phrase. This is like what everyone needs to be able to do minimum, in my opinion. Now, to do it with a pen, like if you're not comfortable with doing it with a pen and you need a pencil to do an undersketch, that's I'm not talking about that. Like the whole thing I do where I'm just sketching with a pen. I just do that to help me with my like my coordination and my confidence. And pen doesn't smear in a sketchbook, pencil does. So there's that too. But no, it's good to hear that you're I don't know if it was your instructor who got you to start doing that, but that's good. Artists conjure imaginary mass, trace it to communicate to others what the artist sees. How long have you been using pen, not pencil? Oh, years. I think 2018. I started 2017 maybe. It's either 17 or 18. I started goofing off with working with just pen. A lot of it came from like I was traveling a lot for work. Um like flying like 3 weekends every month. I was just stuck at airports all the time. So that's when I really started using pens because it was just like it was more like a convenience thing where I was like, okay, I have my sketchbook with me and I don't want to be getting like pencil scribbles fucking everywhere. And I was just trying to sketch people all the time when I was at the air when I was out in the field, right? And you don't get a lot of time when you're out there because like people move, right? So if you ever do like life drawing or plein air stuff, you need to move with speed, and it's the pen is almost becomes mandatory. You don't have time for that kind of pencil. No, I'm talking about. Yeah, so a lot of that came from necessity. Another reason I practice a lot with just pen is I don't do them anymore these days, but I used to travel around and do like live art at like a lot of it was like at food festivals. I've done it at some conventions, um like Anime Expo. But yeah, I would have this big ass canvas and I'll have very limited time to draw on it to do like a performance piece. So another reason why I was just like, okay, well I need to get really good and confident at doing just a pen. Plus, I think it's good for you as an artist. Like, I'm tapping my head, where I'm saying, "Oh, in your head," because here's the thing with like with digital art. Even I have a bad habit of control Zing a lot, right? And you do that because you have the ability to. Anytime you have the ability, the infinite option of like undoing something, you're gonna be tempted to do it. Um, so I feel when you're working with something that's like a just pen where you're being forced to commit to a to a drawing, I think that's good for you, your development. You're not just like, oh, I want to erase this on. You're doing a drawing of an Anthrocat OC last night. Nice. Your OC? And started off with without reference first, and then you started using photo ref on the legs and arms. Yeah, especially with an animal, you sometimes you think like where the sometimes like you think where the stuff is, but like if just you miss just like one thing and it looks a little off, right? So it's just like particularly with animals. Yeah, I think especially if you're doing like commission work. When I'm doing commission work, it's 100% of the time I have a reference up. Just because it makes it faster and it's more precise. Because like the only reason to not use a reference is if you're in the process of trying to learn something or hammer something like a subject matter down, something new, right? And you're just trying to test to see how much of the information you've retained. Another reason to not use reference is like what I was saying I used to do. I used to go out and do like performance artwork, performance drawing. Um because you know you don't want you just don't want to I don't know you just don't want to be pulling up references when people are watching you. You don't want to like you don't want like 100 eyeballs on you. Well, 200 because everyone has two eyeballs. So let's say 200 eyeballs. You don't want to be on your phone looking at shit, right? But uh yeah. But oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Reference good. We'll end it with that. Reference good unless you absolutely are in a situation where you can't use it. But isn't that the point of practice? Like professional athletes, you like in boxing, you train hard in the gym so you don't get hurt in the ring. That's the same thing as an artist. You practice all this messy stuff, like you said. If you mess up, oh no, an ad. Ad is done. All right, cool. If that ever happens to somebody, we're in the middle of a conversation, you just gotta type it in. I'll stop talking until the ad's done, because then I'm gonna have to repeat it anyway, right? No, so um, dude, what were we talking about? My dog is here in my office throwing a ball around. See, when I was doing a bunch of digital art, she was throwing that ball around all these chords, I'd get worried. We're just sitting here on the table. I don't give a shit. Mm, Oh no, we have doggy paws on the stream. Look at that. So it seems like we tend to have a lot of my streams tend to really just draw in ha 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 ha, draw. We tend to attract just other artists. This seems to be my demographic for streams and when I'm out in the field. Um, what do you all in regards to art live streamers? What do you tend to gravitate towards in any aspect? I guess. This is not me doing research. No, this is just out of curiosity. Um, I have a lot of friends who are art streamers. Some of them are like full time, 100% art streamers, and uh, it varies so much of what their streams look like, um, and what their streams sound like, and a majority of them are just so loud. And that's just not me. Uh, but it is interesting. Like, what is it about a particular live stream that draws people in? Because sure you can tell I'm a pretty I know stoke's not the word. Stoic is definitely not the word. If Malcolm will come up with the descriptive word. Yeah, I definitely can't be the shouty type all the time. You've never taken any Japanese lessons? You taught yourself? Oh, really? How long did that take? That's pretty cool. Ugh, my my stream is tripping. So you usually do furry art. That's good. I get a lot of furry commissions because I go to a lot of anime conventions and not a lot of artists at conventions take commissions anymore. So it's like the market for OCs is really good. Well, no market's really good right now, but that is an existing market. I can't ever get it to my thumb. Yeah. See, we're testing this stream without a face cam. And you guys are missing all this coffee I'm fucking sipping right now. And then I believe it's the bottom three. I haven't I haven't worked on ribs in a while. I believe it's the bottom three that hang off the bottom. I will have to go back and verify that because it's been a while. You would think that this is the kind of shit that I just burns into my brain, right? She need to go out. She whining. Okay, so all right, everyone. We've been streaming for close to 3 hours, give or take. Not too bad. We're kind of just getting started right now. This is just a normal. It's just a chill refresher course. All right. Um, so today is going to be a refresher course on the human body, and we're going to get into a lot more aggressive perspectives, angles, gestures. All of that's coming, but we're making our way through this refresher. Started with the head, making our way through the torso. Then we'll get to the hands and feet. We'll do all of that stuff. We're going to eventually get to everything, okay? Um, so I have to take the dog out. I also want to give myself a little bit of a couple minute break. Gonna go. Not gonna refill my coffee because I think that would be a bad a bad decision. So I'll be back in. Let's pause the recording. Boom. See, I prepped a big screen for it. Whoops. Okay. Be back in under 10 minutes. We'll just leave it on this page so it looks a little bit more interesting. All right, BRB. All right, everyone, we are back. Welcome, welcome. I want to thank you all for all the views right now today. In general, we have a new time slot that we're streaming at. So Can you give a quick proportions guideline between the pelvis and the rib cage? Nothing can be heard. Maybe if you play a playlist on the background. Wait, nothing can be heard. Oh, yeah. Well, as long as you can hear my voice. The reason I stopped playing music on the stream is because I multi-platform stream. So no matter what, okay, yeah. So the reason I don't play any audio for the stream is because I multi-platform stream. So what music is safe on one platform is not safe on another one, is not safe on the other one because they all, they all own different things. So um yeah. And that's it. I just don't want to deal with any of that issue, so that's why I don't turn any music on. But general proportions. What do you like to use for your proportions? I'm a Loomis kind of guy when it comes to the I'm the 8 head. Uh 8 head method. I was trying to figure out the word. Method's the word. Hold on. Non-art related or potentially art related. Malcolm says, I use this I'll use Instacart. Man, I went hard. We went super hard with Instacart during lockdown. So Malcolm says, I used Instacart to have groceries deliver while you're at work. You just had delivery driver tell you that she's not able to climb upstairs, so she kept your order. One of the neighbors told me they saw her. um, that's weird, right? Because you would think if your job is to deliver, you should be able. You know what I mean? Um, like if you get hired at Best Buy warehouse, you should be able to lift a TV, right? If you're an Instacart driver, you should be able to draw or a delivery person in general. That means you should be able to climb some stairs because there's a lot of people live upstairs. Houses, apartment complexes, um, hotels, retirement homes, like so. I would say if you were to eyeball it, it would be one head worth of distance. Be a little bit rounded off, say about a one head distance from the bottom of the rib cage to the pelvis. Just say one head. Close enough. You do the head thing also. I think most of your characters are closer to. Yeah, that would depend, right? Like I would assume if you were to do animals, you know what the cool thing about animals is you probably wouldn't have to adhere to any particular unless every animal does have like a proportion that I just haven't studied. Yeah. The brain is much more forgiving when it comes to animals. Yeah, it's like you could bullshit your way through drawing an animal, and nobody's gonna call you out on it except for like a science book illustrator or like a zoologist or something. Even then, they probably would be like, "Hey, it's whatever." That's one of the things where anytime I learn a new animal, I just draw it well enough so that you recognize what it is I'm drawing. The phrase I always use is, "Dude, I'm not making a fucking science book." That's the phrase that I use um, when it comes to it's like when you're drawing a car. It here, whoops. Okay. That's just a normal car, right? It's like, I guess, but if I did this, I guess you have to be a car person to get this, but now it's a BMW, more give or take, whatever this thing is that I drew, right? You just need to be able to draw it well enough so that it could be identified as that thing you want to draw. So we're going back, taking that idea back to animals. Like uh, what's a if I could remember the parts of a praying mantis. Nope, can't remember at all. Bad example. But you get what I'm saying. So, I would wonder when it comes to animals, the anthro stuff you're talking about. For like, have you ever done the mantis? Yeah, you remember that? Yeah. So, when it comes to doing like commissions for people who are into furries or the anthro stuff, I wonder if they have the eyeball for that thing we were talking about. How with humans you could tell somebody fucks it up, right? But I wonder if the non-trained furry can eyeball like when you do and don't understand something. So we're gonna stay. Um, I guess we'll stay working on the torso for maybe another hour or so. Probably not. I say an hour. It's gonna be like 10 minutes. I'm like, all right, let's move on. Um, and then I'm feeling a little, once I'm feeling refreshed, we'll just start doing more gesture work. It can get challenging. It can get challenging if there aren't any 2D versions of a particular species. Like I don't know of any toon guinea pigs in any 2D Disney movies or Disney style red pandas outside of Turning Red. Oh, you usually get my bad. I missed your message before that. Usually get multiple animal references to help. If I'm doing a toon animal, you might look at Disney characters. I see. Well, to be fair, if you want the secret to a Disney character animal, it's just learn how to draw a dog. Because if I don't know, I Disney. Well, I mean, I know why Disney does it. It's because it makes life easier. But if you ever go back and watch old Disney movies, basically every animal they draw is just a dog. Like you put a horse in a movie, it behaves like a dog. Its gestures are a dog, like the way it sits and all that stuff. Hold on, computer's tripping out. A Disney octopus acts like a dog. Yep, I'm serious. Um, so I guess we could talk about good exercises. Do as I say, don't do as I do, because it's been a while since I've really I've done these exercises on the regular. Again, one of the reasons we've returned to the live stream in this study format. Um, okay, so it's easy to find a gesture. So like let's say because I made up this gesture line right here, right? it'd be easy to take that line of action rather. It would be easy to take that line and then just fill it in, right? Because that's what gesture practice is. So to make it more complicated, to make it more difficult or more fun, you know, more test you a little bit more is to once we're done with this, see if you could take this thing that you create and then rotate that in free space. Similar to how we did with the skulls, except it's the skull, except it's the whole body. So then you're kind of combining everything that you've practiced. Perspective, gesture, oops, proportions, everything. What's a good exercise for C and S lines? You're talking about for line of action? Just it's the same thing as everything. But I like to go to the YouTube has the new Masters Academy YouTube channel has been my favorite channel for like fucking ever because they have free timed gesture work. Um, so you can go on to those videos where they have timed gesture work. I don't really believe in putting a time limit on it, but you can use it. So finding finding poses and then being able to identify the line of action. Um, so it's kind of like reverse engineering it, right? So I think as long as you could identify, uh, yeah, time limits fuck up the process. Yeah, I mean it's good if like it'd be good if you're just trying to get in some quick quick warm up stuff in the morning. Like you wake up, you turn on, you hop on New Masters Academy, you have those timed references, just bang them out, just kind of warm up, right? I think they're good for that. But if you're trying to like learn something new, definitely don't put a time limit on it. I thought of challenging yourself and do a speed drawing, like the one. Oh yeah. He like that's the boy right there. He's let me film him so you could study his techniques. Well, I mean, I guess this applies to any artist that you like. You know, if you just like what they do, then you should just try to emulate what like how they accomplish the thing that you like. So if there's a certain artist who's good at, let's pick a random topic, industrial design, right? Like designing sphere objects or whatever. You just contact that person and just be like, hey, do you have any recommendations? Don't ask them for help. You could just be like, hey, or don't ask them to help you. Ask them to direct you to where you can get help. Big difference there. So if you like what Borden does, then yeah, you got that video. You should have a bunch of videos on YouTube anyway. There's a hell of people that record when he does his thing. You should be able to get on there and just kind of see how he does it. Just watch him. Just try to emulate it. I used to sit and watch Art Germ's live streams. He used to stream his artwork on livestream.com. That's how if that carbon dates me in any way. But and I would just watch how he was drawing certain things, how he drew eyes, you know, like you would just see he has like a his brush strokes. It's hard to describe, but like once you watch it enough, and then you watch it to the point where you'll be able to emulate it. So yeah, it's good you have a video. You know, he let you record him. That's good. Is skipping brushing your teeth okay? There's a lot of people who don't brush their teeth, and I guess they're kind of fine. I would recommend brushing it. You found this artist on Instagram that simplifies the way that clicks for your brain. Yeah, isn't that the interesting thing? They're so the thing that limits a lot of it's not just artists, but people in general from learning is everyone kind of has their own preference on how to learn. Like I like to take notes a certain way. Um, some people can't work off of a tablet. I like having physical books in front of me, you know. So it's like when especially when you come across certain techniques, like when Hyunjin Kim, I had bought his course on how to draw hands, and that kind of changed how I visualize drawing hands, and now this is kind of my default. So sometimes it's good that you found something that really clicks because sometimes that's all it takes. You just need the right, you know, what's the word? Method? I don't know what the word is. Do you like emulating artists? Isn't it about understanding what he does and why? It's about all of it. The reason you want to if it's somebody who's good at doing a particular thing that you want to get good at as well, you know, that's why tracing is good. That's why watching their videos is good. Um because then you can kind of get an idea of what they're doing. Isn't it about understanding what they do? Yeah, it's that and why it's that. Emulating it is that. It's all that stuff. So it depends on what you eat. Is it chocolate or anything that has industrial chemicals and stuff? Usually anything that has sugar, then definitely yes. Uh, your oral hygiene is none of my business. I think we're entering that stage of the I was gonna say warm up. We're past the warm up of the refresher where things are starting to kind of feel normal again. Definitely rusty when we started. Yeah, it's yeah, I've been working on a lot of like I mentioned earlier in the stream. A majority of my time has been for like client work, so I haven't been able to really focus on what would be the word? Not upkeep. Been playing too much Magic. Not upkeep. uh yeah, I just haven't been able to stay fresh because I've been working on a bunch of client work. A majority of it is graphite work, and then the rest of it is digital. Digital. I can't pronounce my words. Well, it's weird because even though I'm doing that on the daily, uh, like the because I'm still not practicing. Like I'm getting mileage in when I'm doing client work, right? But it's not like this. It's not. Yeah, it's not like gesture work. It's not doing any of this stuff. And it's weird though because it's still drawing, and a lot of it is still drawing people, but it's just not. You know what I mean? It's just, hey, what's going on? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Let's see. Subject matter wise. Yeah. Yeah. So exactly. Yeah. Like client work is not the place to explore. So somebody is giving you money to accomplish something. You know, especially if it's not a private commission, if it's something that somebody's going to use uh to make money and they hired you for it. Yeah, not the time to be exploring with your art. It should be task task accepted, task done, you know. Boy. Oh no, big yawn into the mic. Hopefully I didn't make everybody watching yawn. Refill. We've already killed this pen. Give me a second. People of the stream. I am actually falling asleep on stream. So we're going to take a little break. When we come back, we're probably going to, not probably, when we come back, it's going to be hands and feet um, that we'll be working on. Funny enough, for those who are new, hands are my favorite thing to draw. Okay, that's a really broad statement. I can't say favorite. It is my default thing to draw when I don't know what to do. Like we're doing a refresher course on humans, so hands and feet are definitely part of it. Um, but I'm talking about like if I'm hanging out with my sketchbook and I'm like stuck on a plane or something, and I don't know what the hell to draw. My default is to draw hands. I always am, because like the only reason most people don't like drawing hands is because they're not good at it, right? That doesn't this. I always imagine this is what people who are good at math feel like. All right. So incoming 10-minute break, so I can wake up. Okay. Be back in less than 10 minutes. All right, we are back. Had a bit of an issue. I needed to try to wake up. So I made myself another coffee, even though I told myself I wasn't going to, because I've been caffeine free for a while, and I just need to stay. I just need to stay awake. So that's that. So we've been working for anyone who's just joining. Um, 22 viewers on Twitch. Hey, I appreciate all that. The Twitch and the TikTok, everybody. I appreciate everyone for joining in. Um, so we are doing just a refresher course because I haven't really done a focused practice session in a very long time. It's been weeks. To me, that's a long time. I've been doing nothing but client work. So yeah, we're back here doing this. Next we're gonna be working on hands and feet. That's what's coming up. And then so we did the skull, we did the torso. Um, we'll do hands and feet, and then I think we'll focus really heavy on the midsection because I think I'm having some issues there. Or it's not quite looking right. I think I'm missing something, but that's what we're gonna do. You know what I just realized? I'm not. We don't have that Instagram stream going. Ah, fuck it. We'll do that tomorrow. I'm gonna mess with all the settings now. Mm. Oh, you know what? I didn't think about that. It's like it will be dead silent. My bad. Yeah, I didn't think about that. It would be dead silent, and then once the ad break starts, it's just gonna be like, "Bah," you know. Mm. Ooh, according to YouTube, our average view duration is 420. That's not funny. So, who's still at work right now? Like I mentioned, we are starting in a bit of a different um time slot today than what we would normally stream at. And mainly because I have a bunch of friends who they're full-time streamers, they're really big time blah 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 blah, right? Anyway, and I just don't want to stream at the same time as them because then there's literally nobody. Like you know what I'm saying? Um I used to keep I used to keep I used to always want to stream in the mornings, but then I realized I have too much shit to handle in the mornings. So, if anyone's wondering, I'm looking at our new schedule is going to be starting around 3 p.m. We'll probably start soon. If I It's basically if I finish all my daily tasks, family tasks, no commissions because I still have work, right? Um, if I could finish all that before 3, the stream will start at 3. Otherwise, or the stream will start before 3. Wow, I can't speak. So the idea is the stream will start at 3 o'clock at the latest. However, if I finish everything before that, we'll start the stream sooner. That's what I meant to say. Jesus Christ. My wife just gave me the hand wave that says that the food is ready. So it's 6:30 p.m. where I'm at right now. So I'm gonna take a little bit of a dinner break, and I know that I'm taking a lot of breaks, but I can't do anything about that. So preferably, I like to take a break once every 3 hours. But today was just like a weird exception where I'm just like super beat. You know what it was? I went to a fucking Magic the Gathering tournament this weekend, and I've been tired ever since. Okay, be right back. I'm gonna go stuff my fat face. Okay, we're back. I just scarfed down a bunch of food right now. So, in regards to what people were talking about earlier about livening up the stream a little bit, we're gonna go ahead and do that right now. Oh, son of a bitch! I had a whole playlist highlighted and then accidentally off clicked it, and now I gotta get. I have to gather all the songs again. Hold on. Oh, my bad. That was really loud. No, 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 no. My bad. Liven things up a little bit. Because I myself am falling asleep. Guinea pig, I appreciate you hanging out this whole time. What what are you up to right now? Crazy. Not a single comment on the YouTube chat this whole time we've been streaming. That's nuts. Normally we'll get at least some spam. Ah, nice.
It's raining, it's pouring, a black sky is falling, it's cold tonight. You gave me your answer, goodbye. Now I'm all on my own tonight. I'm sorry, baby. You were the sun and moon to me. I'll never get over
Anime Jane. Hey, what's going on? Make sure to hydrate. Thank you. I actually just hydrated right now. And then I'm going to undo that by having a big old whiff of caffeine right now. Actually. Anyway, I hope everybody's Monday is going well. Happy to be streaming again. So, Artist Alley applications for TwitchCon opened not too long ago. And I applied. I didn't get in last year. Whatever. Can't get mad. I mean, you can. It's just there's no point. So I'm really hoping this year we get through. San Diego. Yeah. It was in Las Vegas for 2 years, or was it 1 year they did it in Vegas? That was the last time I had a TwitchCon. Excuse me. That was the last time I was accepted to TwitchCon. It was in Vegas. Oh yeah. So then last year, okay. So last year was San Diego. Previous year to that was Las Vegas, which was their first time in Las Vegas, and then all the years before that was San Diego and Long Beach. So I'm glad they took it out of Vegas. San Diego is the best location for that show. But yeah, uh, is anyone going to TwitchCon as just like a normal human? Well, the thing about TwitchCon, everybody there is there to advertise something. Because everybody there is a streamer, for the most part. Just a streaming con. Well, I mean, yeah, okay. So, I, again, it's probably because of the crowds that I hang around when I go to TwitchCon, because I go there for work, and I'm always around other people who are currently streaming and trying to build a channel. And then anytime you're in a group of people or whatever after the show, it's always people who are trying to hustle, hustle, hustle. They're not necessarily trying to hustle you, but they are hustling. Um, so there are a few there are a few conventions. Um, Not much events to go to. Yeah, not really. It's really just meet and greets, right? It's meet and greets, a couple of panels, and then the after party on Saturday. Well, not after party. I guess it would be the Saturday night party, TwitchCon party. Other than that, there's not really much going on. I was on a panel like 3 years ago. That was fun. Uh, oh, really? How much are tickets these days? A lot. We could just say a lot. Yeah. Um, there are some conventions that I want to go to as an attendee at some point. Um, but in order for that to happen, I would have to not get accepted into the artist alley, right? And then I would want to have the motivation to spend the money and time to go out to that show. Um, so Anime Expo is one of those conventions where I I would never want to miss out on being in the artist alley for that show, but I would also enjoy being able to walk around and just kind of weeb out for like 2 days, not the whole 4 days, probably like 2 days at AX. Um, Another show is MagFest, 24-hour show for 4 days. Uh, and then TwitchCon, $239 for 3 days. That's crazy. That's hella money. No, that's a lot. I could understand if you're gonna do like I could understand honestly if they're like $100 for single day passes. I could understand that because like single day passes are always hella expensive. But TwitchCon they either need to no, I can't even like I can't think of anything right now of what could make it worth $200 or $230. Um, but then you know what? All conventions are expensive as hell now, right? I don't really shop for ticket prices for cons like ever. So I don't have a frame of reference for that, but I will tell you how much they're charging these days for things like parking, nearby hotels, and artist alley tables. I know how much that's gone up, so I can only imagine how much attendee prices are gone up for all shows. I don't think there's a single convention I've been to this year where the table wasn't at least like $400. That's crack prices. That's crazy. But you know what it is? People have such insane parasocial relationships with these Twitch streamers. You know, "Yeah, I donated you. You know, like the generic jokes that people make about like hardcore stream fans, right? They've developed such an unhealthy, addictive like parasocial relationship that hold on, guinea pig just hit another ad. When guinea pig comes back, we'll continue this conversation. It should be like a 30-second ad. I don't. I have my channel set on default ads. I don't know if that's a lot or a little bit. I think it's once per hour. Which, let's be fair, that's not that bad. Oh, what was I saying? No, I'm saying so like an anime convention, you're pulling people in based on like voice actors and events, right? This is why TwitchCon could charge a lot of money. Um, this is why TwitchCon can kind of do whatever they want because like an anime convention is relying on industry voice actors, maybe some cosplayers, right? Um, some kind of event or concerts. You know, a comic book convention, they're gonna have authors. You know, they'll promote artists, but TwitchCon, people build like a crazy relationship, online relationship with people, and I'm not a big personality online, but even I have people who are like this with me, so I can imagine what it's like for these streamers who have like thousands and thousands and thousands of people just giving them money all the time. Twitch can charge a lot of money because they know that these people have developed a personal connection with these streamers that they're watching. Like they have this, you know, they think they're their friends and stuff, and you don't really get that from following a cosplayer that you might take a picture with at a con. You're going to TwitchCon because you're like, oh, I is like my friend. I'm gonna go see them. And do you remember I once left a comment and donated like $100 and you laughed and you know what I mean? That sounds crazy, but that's how it is. So thinking about it, TwitchCon could charge a lot because they know that there's like a there's a group of people who will pay. They could ask for like now that we're talking about it, and I'm thinking about the kind of relationships that are developed through Twitch. They could charge like $500 for a ticket, and I bet you, like, as long as they have Amaranth, and you know, as long as they have that level of people showing up, they will they will sell tickets. People will go. It is offering something that other conventions like just cannot offer. Makes you wonder why. So these pop culture conventions, these anime cons and comic book conventions have started inviting cosplayers as like featured guests, right? They need to get on they need to get on inviting streamers as guests. Find the ones that have them like do their due diligence and invite the ones with like the most what's the word? Dangerous uh fan base. The most rabid fan base. That'll bring people to your con. Pay a couple $100 to meet his dead rat. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Stuff like that. Uh, here's a perfect example. Look how many people show up to miss anything that Mr. Beast does, right? Because they have this weird thing. It's just that. Now, like I said before, I'm not a huge internet personality, right? I used to have a fucking internet TV show, like like 5 years ago, but like um I have people like when I meet them at cons, they begin real comfortable with me, and I, you know, um, it's that times literally thousands. Yeah. Oh, they do that at MomoCon already. So then MomoCon already knows what's up. So okay, yeah, they need to invite VTubers. They need to invite. They already were on the right path with the cosplayers. Whoever was started making those decisions a few years ago did the right call. They need to invite because real talk, conventions they just need to bring people into the door, right? That's all. That's what their job is, and cosplayers, VTubers, live streamers. Oh, they can apply. Yeah, they can. Yeah, I remember. I can't remember what when the first time it was I saw that, and it really bothered me at the time. But now that I've got some more experience, I don't really care. So it was a cosplayer who had bought an artist alley table, and at the time I was just like, "What is this bullshit? Just selling pictures of yourself, basically nudes of themselves." Um, but can you imagine how effective that would be if, let's say you're a cosplayer, but you're basically just softcore porn, right? Huge following. You're not showing anything, so you're not breaking any terms of service with the convention and the artist alley contract, right? Fair game. Dude, imagine how effective that would be. Fuck all that Patreon shit. Just get a table at fucking Anime Expo. Do that. Your production costs would be nothing because you're just printing out photos in mass, right? Just a small size, big size, done. $40,000. Go home. Oh, man, I need to get on fucking Ozempic and TRT because look at all this sketch. Look at this sketchbook. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of work. We're in the wrong field, everybody. We're doing the wrong thing over here. Get some of that Ozempic, right? Get some of that. Get some TRT and some PCP. Oh, should apply to MomoCon next year as an artist guest panel and get paid for it. I applied MomoCon Artist Alley. I didn't get in. Instead, I got into Fanime. How was Momo this year? Fanime was hot garbage. Nah, it wasn't okay. Like it wasn't garbage. It was just un what's unexceptional is not a word. Let's just say it was just whatever. Okay, it was mediocrity defined for many reasons. A lot of it had to do with the way the convention is run. Um, just everything going on right now. You guys know what's up, right? I've only ever been invited as a guest, as a guest artist to a convention one time in my 11 years of doing conventions. And I found out later it's because my boy hooked it up. He gave me the recommendation. He dropped my name with the convention. I have some really good artist friends. Like I have like better friends than I deserve, but like yeah, I have some people who do really try to look out for me, which is really cool. But a lot of that comes from they like that YouTube series that I was making. Um, yeah, so it was Steel City Con was the first time I was invited as a guest. It was cool. They paid for my flight, paid for my hotel. They had a green room. I ate nachos next to Alicia Silverstone. It was it was cool. You tried volunteering at Fanime. Your first time volunteering at a con. I didn't know what to expect, but didn't get enough hours to enter the prize raffle. Volunteering's fun though, right? Oh, or the Chalk. Damn, I haven't seen the Chalk Twins in so many years. I That's crazy. I never thought that was I totally forgot they exist. I haven't seen them in so long. Holy shit. So I apply to certain cons. Um, you guys have seen the live artwork that I do, right? Not like this. It's like this, but like good. So yeah, I have a recording of one of the ones I did at AX. I have recording of some that I've done at the Southern California night markets and stuff. And I apply. I'm just like, hey, let me, like I could understand if you won't let me sell anything, but let me perform a live drawing. And nobody's ever bit on it. And I'm just like, you know what? I just that's cool. It's just not what you guys are looking for. I applied for that for years, like LA Comic Con, Anime Expo. I would email people about it, like cold email shows, and they'd be like, "Oh, it's not really what we're looking for." And then Aki Bright gets invited to shows to do that. So it's a really weird, not weird. I guess it's the same thing with everything, not just visual art, but like musicians. It's like that too. It's basically who do you have enough followers to, you know. So to go roundabout to the thing where you said you should apply and be a guest, whether it's a panel or a live art or whatever. My long answer to that was that my short answer is I already tried it and nobody wants it. It's because I'm black. That's that's just kidding. No, I mean, uh, it's fun. No, it's fun if you do a position where you're interacting with people like the help desk. Kind of boring if they have you watch a door or supervise a room playing episodes of a show. How long was your shift? Momocon is more towards comics, animation, gaming. They do anime, but not their main point. You know, I for some reason I always thought Momo was primarily anime. I think it's because like their cover art that they use is always like anime-ish. I haven't applied to MomoCon. I've only applied to MomoCon Artist Alley since like the COVID, pre-COVID. I can't remember what I applied under. I think I was cold emailing them. And I think I remember getting a reply back from them. I got replies back from a lot of places saying no, which is actually kind of cool because it'd be really easy for them to just cold shoulder you. So I guess getting a no, like a straight up no, is very polite. And I think, if I remember right, Momo was one of the ones that gave me a definitive no. So, but no, I haven't. Since COVID, I've only applied as Artist Alley at the shows. Anime Weekend Atlanta is focused towards anime. I like AWA a lot, but it's moved to December now, right? The last time I was at AWA, it was like in fucking August or something, and then it moved over to October for a long time, right? Now, if I remember right, it's in December now. They keep moving that bitch. December is not the time to do a con. You know what show I want to do? Midwest Fur Fest. I hear that show is heat. I hear that show is exceptional. Like the vibes and the money. Oh, really? I didn't know they were associated with each other. That's interesting. I've never gotten accepted to Dragon Con. Um and it's been a long time since I've gotten accepted to MomoCon. I think I've only got to Momo once. Was it 2017? Welcome everyone. If you're just joining the stream, we are just doing a bit of a refresher on drawing people. I'm just kind of lightly refreshing on all topics in regards to drawing people. So like, yeah, we've done skulls, the head, the face, the ears. We've done some gesture, some light gesture work, um, some perspective stuff. Um, yeah, so we're just kind of touching on everything, but not like super hardcore on any one particular topic. Excuse me. DragonCon likes traditional artists. So when I apply, I have my portfolio where I have a lot of traditional stuff. I have digital concept, original concept art, which is storyboard looking stuff, um, and then I have. I remember filling out the Dragon Con um, form. I think it was like summer last year, or I can't remember. Whatever the most recent application was, they have different sections there, and I was very careful about what I uploaded because they was it you? I can't remember if it was you, but somebody told me, or they have it in there talking about traditional artwork. But I uploaded specifically carefully chosen pictures of traditional art. There was watercolor, some oil painting, and a lot of Copic marker stuff, like traditional work. Um, like I gave the Dragon Con application is a lot more intensive than most other cons. Other cons are like, give us a fucking DeviantArt link for all your shit, right? But I believe Dragon Con had you upload files. Anyway, my point is, sci-fi based. I guess they would be. So the original concept art that was digital that I uploaded was very sci-fi looking, futuristic looking. The Copic marker work, all the other stuff was like comic book stuff. There were some hyper realistic things in there, but not a lot because I thought that was kind of boring. But the comic based the Copic marker, the alcohol ink stuff that I had uploaded were based on some commissions, and there was a lot of comic characters in that. So I know there was an Iron Man. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, yeah. So if yeah, so I remember I was very very diligent with the Dragon Con application because I remember it has the black background with like the white letters, right, or something like that. It's like a darker background, and you're yeah, and it's a lot longer and more intensive than the standard one. It's not like a fucking event in a like copy paste application. Yeah. So yeah, that's what it is. I'm not complaining that I've never gotten in. I'm just saying, as a fact, I've never gotten in. Well, maybe 1 year. The comic based art ones, were they like towards DC Marvel? Yeah, it was. I think it was Marvel more so. So there was. I know for sure there was an Iron Man. There was a League of Legends one. So I mean, like to them, if they see a League of Legends character, it's just you're not gonna. I know what it is, right? It was like a mix of things. All I remember, all I know for a fact is that there was an Iron Man in there because I specifically chose like which one. I went more with which ones looked like they had the best rendering or best execution, more so than subject matter. Yeah. I used to take this stuff super personally because I mean, it's like art's like my life, right? So it's just like you don't like me, well, you don't like my art, you don't like me. Now, now older Chris is just like, oh, word, you'll come around. Don't worry about it. Oh, you didn't accept me? That's cool. You'll mature one day. Like you know how doctors are so condescending to women when they go in, like when women want to go in and get their tubes tied, and doctors are so condescending and they're just like, "Oh, don't worry, you'll come around to it. You'll want your kids eventually. Don't worry about it." You know, that's me with conventions. I'm the doctor.
Here you are, once again, saying all the things you can to make me stay. Forget the way that you left
What?
everything like it don't matter.
My dog is whining.
Oh, like it don't matter. Yeah. You had your fun, you say you're done, but that ain't the truth. You try to give me back, just like that. You got something to lose, so now it matters. Oh, so now I matter. Cause you'll be hanging out with your friends somewhere, passing on these girls with my exact same hair. Wishing it was me, yeah, you'll be craving me out there. I still look good on you and take you by surprise. Just smells like my perfume. Thought you were breaking free, but you still craving me out there.
Yeah, she was whining about something. But she's always whining. It's the wolf who cried boy with this thing. Do you get it? Because she's a dog.
Think you can go around and change it back to how it was before? No, you didn't even fight for me until you lost the war. It doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter. Cause you'll be hanging out with your friends somewhere, passing on these girls with my exact same hair. Wishing it was me, yeah, you'll be craving me out there. Put on that shirt, I still look good on you and take you by surprise. Still smells like my perfume. Thought you were breaking free, but you still craving me out there.
Man, this honestly, this live stream is a better turnout than I was expecting, considering the one considering we haven't really been around that much lately. And you know how the algorithm is, and then the new time slot that we're trying out. So you know what I do like about the art section of Twitch? as opposed to like the Fortnite section or whatever, is you can get to the bottom of the art search or of the art section. So like if you're you go into the art tab, you can scroll down to find an art streamer that you want, and eventually you'll hit the bottom. You can get to the bottom of the page. You cannot get to the bottom of the page on like the Fortnite spot, or especially the just chatting. Oh, you're back. What's up?
Do you dream alone under the moon? Is it brighter, brighter when I'm with you? Is the afterglow as strong and
Did you miss
bright
no, you haven't.
like this
I think we're like kind of
afterglow?
easing into that right now because we're kind of like at the end of the individual subjects that I was working on. Um, so we're gonna go ahead and just I think for the last the last leg, the last portion of this will definitely just be doing some poses and some fun perspectives. And we'll start by doing the boxes. We'll start off with the boxes and then we'll just freestyle it after that. The boxes so we have at least some kind of like objective. Actually, this is too small. We don't use that. I'm just doing random boxes. It's not really thinking it over. I have had too much coffee today. It's water time. What's the brand of the sketchbook? That is a that is a handsome question. Oh, you know, you'd think I would know this. I'll type it in the chat. I haven't bought a new one of these in a while. I used to kill these 600 page sketchbooks like super fast. Um, but I kind of just stopped using this particular one, so I haven't bought a new sketchbook in a while. I don't know how much these 600 page books go for. I prefer these 600 page sketchbooks because they stack really well in a you know you finish a bunch of sketchbooks and they're just fucking stacked all over the place. It's really easy to store the 600 page books. Ugh, I don't want to use the boxes. We don't. We're gonna skip the boxes and just. Would you break your ankle at that at that angle? Oh yeah, yeah. That would have been in a 5 point. Or nah, it was all fucked up. Yeah. Like I said, I was just kind of eyeballing it. All right. That I'm pretty sure would break your ankle. It's because I use green. Also, I appreciate all the insight in regards to like MomoCon and DragonCon tonight. I didn't know that they were related. That's interesting.
I remember the family PC. There was snow in the hallways, there was blood on my teeth. Growing blind to the butterflies around me, knowing I'd remember it accurately. Like a joke, I swear that I wrote. I know I'm not alone in wondering. The vertigo of trying to get close to who I was before remembering. And I want it to be wrong when it's over and done. Is there really no happiness without this feeling? Give me a drug, bottle your love. Is there really no happiness without you near me? It's so.
Oh, thank you. So I know that Drago. I know that you know what you're looking at, but let's break it down to people in the chat who don't quite understand what they're looking at. What we were talking about earlier, everyone who was in the chat knows what we're talking about here, but for the sake of the stream, this is the result of that thing we were talking about earlier in the stream of simple shapes, right? So what is this right here? It's just a cylinder. We're talking about the forearm, right?
I've been chasing the dragon, you've been watching me weep. Saying some things are bad and left remembered. How's that help me? Well, maybe it's my fault, cause I'm so nostalgic. There's some of my habits had you sharing my accent, and you're just like me. I feel like I trained you. I've been trying to change, but I don't know how to change you. Oh, whoa. And I want it to be wrong when it's over and done. Is there really no happiness without this feeling? Give me a drug, bottle your love. Is there really no happiness without you near me?
And
It's so.
then so everything is can be broken down into a simple shape, preferably a cylinder. But sometimes it's easier to visualize rather than a cylinder, because these two things are the same right here, right? And if a cylinder isn't helpful, sometimes it's more helpful to do like that, something with edges, because then it's kind of easier to visualize. Hopefully that makes sense to anyone who's having trouble with this stuff. It's because once you turn everything into a shape, that means that you'll understand its volume and you'll be able to rotate it. And if you could rotate this, then you could rotate that, and you could rotate this. It's all the same. Like it's all the same thing.
Remember when we used to fight? I'd stay up all night trying to put it behind me.
TikTok keeps trying to kick me off the stream. Yeah, if TikTok detects inactivity on your screen, it'll kick you off the stream. So all this that we're doing here, not quite enough movement for TikTok. They want you know, or how? What does the TikTokers do? Can you could just visualize the bubbles popping up. Fuck my life, like that. I don't have any one particular artist. I kind of go through phases. So like, uh, I had a lot of when I first started drawing. It was a lot of comic book artists like Adam Hughes and Art Germ. I love the way they rendered characters, but Adam Hughes foreshortening was just like amazing. It's the pooch. Got eye bugs all over you. So I was on an Art Germ and Adam Hughes kick for the longest time. I found Kim Jung Gi in like 2014. Became very fascinated with his work and then everybody else in the Super Annie group. Um, I did go to I think one of the biggest events in my art life was going to see. I went to a lecture, one of Kim Jung Gi's lectures in 2017. This was before he got really mainstream popular. So it was actually like kind of easy to get tickets. Now, like before he passed, it was like, fucking impossible. It's like trying to get tickets to a rock concert now. But at the time, it could just $90, whole weekend workshop. Yeah, that was dope. So Kim Jung Gi definitely. Um, and then I've been on and off. Bengus, the MVC or the Marvel vs. Capcom artist, um, huge influence. Um, I am on a oil painting kick. I don't actually follow. I actually am not able to identify specific artists in oil painting, but it's more specific pieces. But I am not able to be like, oh yeah, that artist for this. That yeah, my library, my mental library for oil painters is like really not great. Um, but I've been saying this. I think I've been saying this since like 2018 or 19 that my favorite artist in general overall is Elisa Inonova, which is funny because a lot of people think my favorite artist is Kim Jung Gi. Oh my god, my dog is attacking me. Okay, okay, so I guess I have to take the dog out right now because she's being whiny. So, that'll take just a couple of minutes. But I'll be right back. I'm probably gonna stuff some more food in my face on my way back in to the stream. So you can tell. Well, the thing about Kim Jung Gi's artwork is it's at its what you're looking at its core is just the fundamentals sharpened to like its sharpest degree. And then it's the subject matter that really like people think it's his technique, but it's my opinion. It's his subject matter that is the most interesting thing to look at with Kim Jung Gi's work. because for the most part, it is just rotating things in free space. And the impressive thing is his visual library, right? Because I think he has an eidetic memory, like yeah, or some degree of it, right? So yeah, master level for sure. But the thing that's interesting about what he does was the subject matter, the things that he would draw, not so much the way he did it. Yeah, that's what really separates him. That's what makes it very difficult to try and reach to that whatever. So anyway, I'll be right back. The dog's whining, and I gotta go stuff my fat face to bet a little bit fatter. Okay, we have returned. Okay. Excuse me. We have returned from the land of doggy tinkles and stuffing my face with fat food. Drago, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. All right. Wait. I don't know why I drew the front of the knee here when this is. All right. Hold on. Like major brain fart. If you can draw three characters interacting with each other and in an interesting extreme perspective and eyeball it. You could do it. Oh wait, you said like eyeball it, as in like no undersketching. Multiple character interaction is can be tricky without. You would have to have the image in your head beforehand, because having multiple characters interact with each other but not having a plan, tricky. trying to block out a scene with 3 characters, composition wise, is you know, when you know what you're gonna do is already tricky.
I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to save me. This all and nothing really got away, driving me crazy. I need somebody to hear, somebody to know, somebody to hide, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds
Wow,
into nightfall.
these have been really iffy. Man, I have like 3 commissions to do tonight too.
I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to turn to. This all and nothing way of loving,
What's up? Yo, what's up? I went to pick
I need somebody to know, somebody
Oh shit. You okay?
how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's
Monday. Wait a minute. Last Monday. I was just like, wait a minute. Today's Monday. Let's see. You're good. She's getting stronger every day. Yeah, I mean that's well, hope all the best. Hospitals suck. If I never step foot in a hospital for the next ever, that's already spent too much time in them. Sorry, spends 100+ hours to do like $100 commission. You just can't say. Well, my commissions are uh my commissions are pretty low detail. Um you hear my dog like singing right now? uh Crazy says Dusuk had an emergency less surgery less than 2 years ago. Hospitals are not the place. He really had good nurses. This is a brush pen by the brand Artesa. I think that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, um they sent me some pens to review. I swear to God, like 5 years ago. Yeah, they sent me a box of pens to review, and I've been slowly going through them as part of my sketchbook. And the reason I don't recommend them is because they are non-refillable. The Pentel brush pen that you see me using, that it's a bit of a fatter brush on it. Well, maybe it's not fatter; it's just worn out compared to this. So I can't quite get as clean lines with this because it's all clumpy. That's why when I use the red one, it's less precise because it's old, it's used up, and it's kind of clumpy. I can clean it, I guess, but who's gonna do all that? So, yeah, to me, these are just disposable pens. They're really nice. These pens are really, really nice. They're called the Real Brush Pen. That's what they call it, Real Brush Pen, by that brand that I put. I really like them, but it's hard for me to recommend something that's not refillable. It just doesn't seem, because like a Tombow pen, a Tombow, a Sakura, a Pentel pen are all refillable. So like for the price of those things, and one bottle of like India ink, which is like, oh, I don't know how much it is these days because I bought them in bulk. But at the time, these were not even like $5, right? This thing will refill a pen for like multiple sketchbooks. Like you could live off. You buy like 5 of these bottles, and then you can stick them somewhere room temperature. These will last like sketchbooks. Yeah. So These ones, they last okay, but I've killed a bunch of them already. But like one Pentel, whoops, one Pentel brush, and then one bottle of India ink. We could kill this. We could kill a whole 600-page sketchbook and not go through this bottle right here. You know what I'm saying? So you buy one of these. Again, I haven't bought one of these in a long time because I bought in bulk. I probably have like 30 of them unopened right now. Um, I could use this and kill probably like two 600-page sketchbooks and not wear out the bristles. I'll probably have just killed the bristles on this at that point and barely gone through this bottle. Versus if you buy pens that are non-refillable, how many of those are you gonna have to go through? You know? And when the Pentel brush is new, when the Pentel brush is new and it's not all dry and has like clumps in here, I could take some really hot water. I could, you could detach this, take some boiling water and rinse out the brush, which I think I'm due for because you could see it's nowhere near as sharp as this one, right? Um, so when the Pentel brush is clean, you can get line quality as sharp as this. So what does she see? The dog is singing. She sees something out the window, but we checked. We don't see anything out there. She's just being a little baby. That's your dog. She doesn't want my attention. Yeah, so I will boil this brush tonight. Clean it off. So that tomorrow we have a really, really sharp pen. This really, really, really cheap ass Martin's India ink does not it doesn't have any pig like there's nothing in it that clogs. So this is not only I think people avoid this ink because it's really cheap. But because there's so little going on in it, it's perfect as a refill for these brushes because it won't clog them with like glitter or other pigments. Um, it's basically red water. Uh, but it's cool because it's cheap, and there's no point spending a lot of money on sketchbooks. For the same result you see in here, mainly the line weight. Oh, okay, so like you want to be able to achieve the difference between like yeah, I find brush pens or felt tip pens. Um, I'm gonna type it in the chat. That way, it's easier for you to like copy paste. Yeah, it'll be much like more functional if I just type it into the chat, so you can copy paste and search for it. That's what I'm currently using. So of course I could recommend that because that's what I'm using right now. I also really like these. If I could find the right one. Joe. Hold on. Let me find it. Oh, here. I think I found it. Okay. The Tombow pens, those are my favorite pens. The only reason I'm not using them right now is because, like I mentioned, I have like 30 of these, and I just don't want to buy more pens. I don't want to buy those Tombows if I have like 30 of these things sitting around. But if I could, I would trade out my 30 of these for 30 Tombows. Yeah, that's what I. And the Tombos are refillable. You just take some pliers to the back, just pop them open. And then you could use the same India ink on those Tombos. Um, they you get a lot more control over those than you do with this. Um, I think it's one of those things where if you get really good with the brush, I think it looks better. Um, but the Tombos are it's easier to learn. But you get what I'm saying? Like it's easier to learn, but I think if you get good with the brush will look better. And if you've never used the brush pen, I think starting out with that Tombow, the the one I just linked, or the that second thing that I sent you, the Tombow brush pen, hard edge specifically, is a really good, I would say, stepping stone. So like if you've never used the brush pen before, start with that Tombow. It has enough give in it so you can mess with the line weight. Um, and then you could move up to the more like full brushes. Because diving straight into the deep end might get frustrating. And all those pens are cheap as shit. Look at the prices on those. You can buy packs of them. Packs. They're hella cheap. And they're refillable. So they start out cheap and they stay cheap. That's the best. Yeah, okay. So to sum it up, start with the Tombos because one, I like them better. Um, you get a lot more control over those, and you get a lot of line weight variation with those. And then when you're feeling more confident, switch over to those Pentels and get the full brush because these are harder to wield. Mm-hmm. And you get that one bottle of that of black or whatever color India ink. Preferably just the black one. Um, and you could just you'll pop out the back. You can use like pliers to pop out the back on the Tombow pen, and then you just take the little eyedropper because it'll have like little the back of the Tombow. You pop it open, and it has it has that little sponge element inside where it holds all the ink. So you just eyedrop tool into it. Yeah. And the India ink will come with a dropper on top, so you don't got to buy another one. So it comes with it. So that's it. Don't go crazy. Like this is all just supposed to be for your sketches. Like this is for you to practice with. You don't want to be spending an absorbent amount of money just to practice. You know that's what makes oil painting fucking hard, because you're just like, all right, I'm gonna practice today. So it cost me like $30. Like what the you know what I mean? There is no oil painting session that's under like $5. Yeah. Like everything we've done, I've spent more money on electricity today to live stream than I have on materials here. Ooh, especially since we're CPU streaming today. That's power right there. Hardware streaming. Oh my god. So, you guys, I'm sure you all have been to the gym, and the meme about missing leg day, right? And you'll see a lot of guys, they look like broccoli, where the top part of them is just like really big. You know, usually they have some kind of weird hair. And then the bottom part of them is real skinny. They look like broccoli. That's how I refer to them. Um, I am a big strength trainer, and not so much for aesthetics. I actually look the opposite. I have like the flattest, the skinny fattest upper body you've ever seen. Just like a lump of clay. And then I like my legs. I'm very proud of the muscles I built on my legs. Like each leg is like the size of my hip. It's like, and then I used to work at a standing desk. Like sitting right now is like the first time I've sat in like years for work. So I've developed I have developed some insane calves because I was standing at my desk doing digital work and office work, and we were streaming traditional art standing for years. My calves, no joking, right? My calves are almost as big as my thighs.
Your calves are, if not bigger,
Yeah, they're
thighs.
like as big as my thighs. Yeah, it's like, but my upper body's so lame, so I have like the backwards look. I just thought I'd mention that because I drew this right here, and that had me that reminded me. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm the opposite. Because I do a lot of like squats and hack squats and thrusters and burpees. I do hella burpees, and every now and then I'll do some like push-ups. So, uh, that's what makes drawing of the skills that are most successful. Yes, oil. Oh man, oil painting. But you know, like maybe that's why I maybe I've always had like a level of reverence for oil painting, and, and now that we talk about it, maybe it has to do with the fact that it's just kind of I've always just avoided it, because you know I've been oil painting now, but I'm talking about like the years before. I haven't I never touched it because I was just like, it takes up so much space. Um, it's so expensive, you know. So I've always had a level of reverence for it, and at the end of the day, it's just rich people shit. That's what it comes down to. Parsley? Come on, come
Okay.
on. I'm saying only because you had AI artists saying that artists are gatekeeping art. Yeah, you know, it's that's just you know, you don't even bother having a conversation with somebody like that. Oh, you guys are gatekeeping art. That's just like saying, okay, like if you could install robot legs, if they could figure out a technology to install some robot enhancement legs on you, and then you start running, you know, you start you start doing like um what do you call it? You go race, you know, the dash, right? And then people say, "Nah, you can't use those legs," and you're just like, "Why are you gatekeeping this dash sport?" Like, we're not gatekeeping it. Where you just have to go train. You can't use those robot legs, and uh, well, I'm not talking about exoskeleton. I'm talking about straight up replacing your whole fucking legs, because that's what AI is. You know what I mean? Where it's just like you replace your entire legs with like robot legs, and then you pre-program it with information from other runners, and then you take all the stats from them and you put it in there, and then you have it run for you, and then you're over here like, I won. you know and you didn't develop the technology. That's basically what it is. So you come across people, you're going to come across a lot of that, especially as time goes on. You don't even interact with those kinds of people because, it's just whatever. The thing is, it's regardless of how you feel about AI, the people who are speaking that way about it, they have a really lazy mentality, and you just shouldn't want to associate with them in general. Because to be a proper artist, it takes so much work, and you just don't have space in your life for people like that. So if you have friends, or especially if you're online, you're most likely arguing with a robot anyway, right? Like, honestly. So just you're gonna come across people like that, and there's gonna be only more and more of them as time goes on, and don't pay them any mind. Just the conversations we've had on here about the craft and like other artists. Look at all the little interactions we've had together here on this one stream talking about the craft. Those people can come in here and ask questions and learn, but they don't want to because they're too lazy. So that's dead stop right there. Anything about the AI and all that stuff is irrelevant because they're lazy, they shouldn't be in your life. Don't fuck around with people like that. Yeah, I lost my job at DeviantArt because of AI. They took my job. Yeah, that's funny, right? Anyway, yeah. No exoskeletons, just straight up robots. Has anyone been on DeviantArt lately? I go on there every day, just because it's part of my routine to post something, just so that the universe doesn't forget about me. Because you guys know how the internet is. And I go on there just to upload, copy paste upload, right? And that whole website is just AI.
I was left to my own devices. Many days fell away with nothing to show, and the walls kept tumbling down in the city that we love. Great clouds roll over the hills, bringing darkness from above. But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all? And if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like you've been here before? How am I gonna be an optimist about this? How am I gonna be an optimist about this? But if you close your eyes. We were caught up and lost in all of our vices. In your pose as the dust settled around us, and the walls kept tumbling down in the city that we love. Great clouds roll over the hills, bringing darkness from above. But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all? And if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like you've been here before? How am I gonna be an optimist about this? How am I gonna be an optimist about this? But if you close your eyes.
Well, that is the goofiest hand we've drawn all day. That's fine.
But if you close your eyes.
So, in situations like this, where I've completely ruined something because I was like, usually it's when I'm indecisive about what I'm going with a drawing, when I really should, like, when you get indecisive about freestyling like this, you start making mistakes when the real answer was literally anything that was going through your head would have been a better option than being indecisive and then just ruining it, right? So, uh, I use the word freestyle when it's just sketching like this and you're not like you don't have a plan. So generally, what I do to try and fix it is, um, my solution is to just turn everything into a robot part. And a lot of spot blacks. A lot of art is problem solving. Go back to the oil painting thing. I don't know who here oil paints or who has ever oil painted, but I don't care how many YouTube videos of like pros you watch. God damn it. If you mess up, you just gotta wait for that shit to kind of dry a little bit. And you just gotta go back over it. Because it's just like, fuck, how do I fix this one thing I messed up? See, digital artists don't. They don't understand the fear of it. Digital artists don't get it. I'm a digital artist, so I can say that stuff. That's like because I'm Filipino, I could say shit like I could call people like coconuts and shit because I'm Filipino, so I could say that. But like that's our word, you know. No, yeah. So when you're freestyling like this or doing traditional art in general, if you fuck up, it's fine. That's just part of it. I've messed up like 45 times in this little sketch that we're doing right now. Oh, that song is good. I'll play that song again. All right, everyone. It is 3 minutes till 9 p.m., which is the end of the stream. So, if you have any questions, throw them at me now, and then we can have a couple of minutes to answer them. But this was a nice way to kind of come back to streaming, and it's been nice not having a face cam. You guys have no idea how many times I've picked my nose or not. Yeah, whole birthday suit, right? If there wasn't this sliver at the very bottom of the screen. See, back when we were streaming and I was at the standing desk, it's the opposite. You guys could see my face, but you guys don't know how many times I was pantless. So I want to say a big thank you to everybody who hung out today. This was not a short stream, and thank you for the follows today. Talking about exoskeletons and AI and all that stuff. So, all right. So 1 minute final call, and then we're gonna be heading out. We'll be back on tomorrow. Again, today's subject matter needed as a refresher. Not gonna lie, kind of boring. Humans are boring. Tomorrow we have some. We're gonna be working on some perspective stuff tomorrow, and that will encapsulate vehicles because I like drawing cars and motorcycles. So vehicles, and we'll probably be goofing off on some cityscape stuff. Nothing too overly detailed, but how I like to do storyboard stuff. So thank you for hanging out. See you tomorrow. And that's it.